Let us go where we have an eagle eye on it. Okay? The controllers can come here.
Can you don't have to get to that bridge also, because immediately.
Which I don't. Maybe it's where it is.
Check mic 1, 2.
Okay, come on in, I should go out. Announcing the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, in company of the Acting Comptroller General of Nigeria Immigration Service. Shall we please remain standing for the national anthem? Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Minister of Interior. Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, the Acting Comptroller General of Nigeria Immigration Service, Issa Jere Idris, Deputy Comptrollers General, here seated, Assistant Comptrollers General, this program. Very soon. We're also live on YouTube. Before we go ahead with the program, sir, permit me to introduce members of the high table. Seated just to the right of the Honorable Minister of Interior, the Minister of Interior, sorry, sir. My apologies, sir. Kenneth Curry, sir. Curry. No, the 2IC. Yes, sir. He's right now in Ghana. Okay. Okay, sir. My apologies, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. With the kind permission of the Minister of Interior, may I now introduce members of the high table. Seated to the right of the Minister of Interior is the Acting Comptroller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service, Issa Jere Idris. Sir, you are welcome. And of course, To the right of the acting CGI is the Deputy Comptroller General in charge of Finance and Accounts, Madam Caroline Wiola Adepoju. You're welcome, ma'am. To the left of the Minister of Interior is the Superior Officer in charge of the Passport and Other Travel Documents Directorate, M.O. Anyalichi. You're welcome, ma'am. And to the right of our DCG is the Superior Officer in charge of the Investigation and Compliance Directorate, BCOB Onyekagu. You're welcome, ma'am. And over here, seated to the left of ACG Anyalichi is the Superior Officer in charge of the HRM Directorate, ACG Babangida Usman. Sir, you're welcome. With the kind permission of the Minister, it is now time to invite the ACG in charge of the Passport and Other Travel Documents Directorate for her welcome address. Welcome, ma'am.
The Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Arigbeshola, the Acting CGIS, Issa Jere Idris, the DCG here present, the Acting DCGs in charge of directorates, other senior officers here present, PCOs, our esteemed technical partners, officers and men of Nigeria Immigration Service, members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To God be all the glory for making this day a reality. It gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome everyone to this occasion of a capacity training workshop for passport control officers with the theme, effective and efficient service delivery, an imperative for maximizing the gains of passport reforms towards a seamless passport issuance process, organized by the Passport and Other Travel Documents Directorate. The primary purpose of this workshop is to bring the PCOs to speed with the ongoing passport reforms for the derivable gains. The reforms are aimed at making the application and issuance process seamless without compromising the integrity of the travel documents. You will agree with me that the desirable gains from these reforms can only be maximized through an effective and efficient service delivery procedure. Some of the major reforms in place are: 1, the integration of the enhanced e-passport with NIMC for the harmonization of a single identity, which is aimed at further strengthening the national security. The online payment and recently launched appointment system, number 2, which is in line with government policy of a cashless payment system. This online payments and appointment system will importantly afford the applicants the opportunity of choosing a convenient date, time, and center to process their applications. In effect, this will save time, reduce third-party interference, as well as decongest the passport offices, as only those on appointments will be accommodated. Permit me to use this opportunity to appreciate the Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aribishola, the acting CGIS, Issa Jere Idris and his management team for their vision in approving this workshop for the PCOs, as well as their tireless pursuit in ensuring prompt service delivery and transparency in the issuance of passports nationwide and in the diaspora. I'm optimistic that at the end of this workshop, the PCOs would have been better informed and prepared to continue to drive the laudable reforms initiative towards achieving an effective and efficient service delivery. To all participants, you must consider yourself privileged to be part of this. It is expected that all that you will learn does not end up in the technology building here in Abuja, but taken back to impact positively in the officers and men in your respective branches. You are also encouraged to create time for regular training of your officers on these reforms. On a final note, I charge you all to make the best of this opportunity to build on your already acquired knowledge on passport issuance process. Thank you very much for your attention and remain blessed.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Before we move on, I want to specially, with the kind permission of the minister, specially recognize one of us. Though retired, she's not tired. She's still making NIS proud. Retired Deputy Comptroller General of Immigration, Funke Adewi. Welcome. You're welcome. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. It is now time for a short presentation. Okay, before the short presentation, I will want to most respectfully invite the acting Comptroller General for his remarks. Sir.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Minister of Interior, Rauf Aribishola Adesoji, the only DCG here present, Orola Adepoju, DCG Finance of Accounts, ACG in charge of investigation and compliance, ACG in charge of passports, ACG in charge of human resources management, senior officers here present, PCOs, SA to the Minister of Interior, technical assistants, Dr. Karim, our technical partners, resource persons, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning all. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this epoch-making event, the two-day training workshop for the passport control officers. It is indeed another modest effort by the service to deepen our deliberate. I will take that again. It is indeed another modest effort by the service to deepen our deliberate reform efforts in our passport administration and issuance. The central aim of the workshop is to expand the skill of setup of the PCOs to enable them acquire the requisite knowledge for effective and efficient service delivery at their various passport offices. As a service, we place high premium on deliberate capacity building exercise for our workforce as one of the critical factors for effective and efficient service delivery. This is born out of belief that the best of machines in the hands of untrained or poorly trained personnel remains a disaster. Therefore, as we gather the PCOs for this two-day training program, we are convinced that at the end of the training, their understanding of the technicalities of the e-passport process and their roles in the ongoing passport reform efforts will be hugely impacted for improved service delivery. Distinguished officers and men of NIS, of my assumption of office as acting CGI, the management of NIS took a giant leap towards addressing the issue of pending applications, which was as a result of the sudden emergence of COVID-19, which seriously affected virtually every area of our operations. I'm glad to let you know that as of today, the service has been able to clear all backlog of applications in the Southwest geopolitical zone. I'm part of the North Central Passport Office issuing enhanced passports. About 80% of backlogs in the Southeast have also been cleared, while efforts are on top gear to attain 100% production and issuance of all backlogs. However, the service is not unaware of the challenges confronting the passport issuing process, which has exerted enormous pressure on the operation of the service with regard to passports. Nevertheless, this training workshop offers us an opportunity to not only expand our knowledge of the passport process and its attendant challenges, but to also acquaint ourselves with the reforms the service is in conjunction with all stakeholders has put in place in the last 5 years, which has no doubt enhanced our capacity to deliver quality and efficient service to Nigerians home and abroad. While this training lasts, I expect you all as custodians of our passport offices and drivers of these reforms to give due diligence to the different sessions of the training to enable you to benefit maximally so as to consolidate on the gains already recorded. May I also use this opportunity to remind you that the service is on the course of deepening its ICT capacity. In this regard, workshops such as this is important in order to keep you abreast of the unfolding realities in the passport issuing process. Efforts are currently at an advanced stage to roll out the enhanced passport at other locations across the globe. Accordingly, the knowledge garnered for this training will come in handy once the rollouts get to all locations, which hitherto still issue the old booklet type. Finally, let me at this juncture, on behalf of the service, express our profound gratitude to the Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, for his excellent support given to NIS in the quest to discharge its mandate. I also thank the management team of NIS and all stakeholders in the e-passport project for their tireless efforts aimed at making the service better positioned, not only in the service delivery for effective and efficient service to Nigerians, but also to compete favorably with its counterparts world over. Thank you for listening. God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. With the permission given me, may I now call on the Ministry of Interior for a short presentation. I don't know who is representing. Okay.
You can see it, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, please. Don't waste time.
Okay.
Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. We've come up with a report of the mystery shopping exercise, which has been carried out across the local passport control offices and in some of the offices abroad. And it's our belief that this mystery shopping report should put us in the mood when we go into the proper training. Now, the background, over the last few years, there have been various challenges which we are all aware of, and the acting CGI and has also dwelled on this. And the challenges include actual capacity, scarcity of passports, artificial scarcity, corruption, and inefficiency. We have them all and all. So the course of the new process, which was championed by the Minister of Interior, is that passport application and the attendant data capturing process are booked on an application portal and no longer manual, because we want it to be seamless, to be transparent, and to also be fast. The success of this process, it's very important for us to know that it's important and key to the Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, who has shown leadership and strong passion to clean up the system and eliminate the agony Nigerians go through to procure passports. And we all agree that Nigerians go through a lot of agony, both local and international. It's even more agonizing for those who are outside the country when they go to our foreign missions and they need to apply for passports. The customer service standard that they are made to go through is as if the immigration officers are doing them a favor and not rendering service to the public. So we've looked at this in our own unit in the office of the minister, and we said, well, we need to complement the effort and the passion that the minister has shown. So we instituted the mystery shopping exercise for all passport control offices. And the objective is to observe the application process, the enforcement of the revised timelines, and provide a report on the findings for the purpose of validating or reforming the system. We know it's a new system that must continuously be improved upon. So how did we go about it? We had discrete investigation of compliance with passports. We have covert interviews of passport applicants, immigration officers, and also touts. Our agents interview touts that we have in all passport control offices. We ask relevant questions. Questions were asked in an informal conversational style so that we don't give ourselves away. So they were chatting and trying to find out what the issues were. We also utilized role play, in which case we got people to apply for passports. And they went there, immersed themselves into the process, acting like real applicants to get a personal feel of what applicants actually go through. We did our inductive research. We had respondents that were mixed, applicants, junior and senior officers. And to let you know, our agents also had body cameras. I'm hoping that by tomorrow or in the course of the training, we'll show you some of the videos that our agents captured of what our passport officers were doing. We observe social media very closely, Twitter and Instagram particularly, and the comments of the people on the passport application process. Now, it's important for us to go through the historical and current issues. Difficulty in the passport application, that's historical. We've put that behind us. System glitches, power problems, they are still there because those are some of the things our agents noticed. Is that generator was not working, the system was down. We must find a way to resolve this. Shortage of passport booklets, actual and artificial in the past also to a large extent. Payment into officers' bank accounts. We have examples in the past. The new system has eliminated that, but in the past, we have a catalog of examples of officers who ask applicants to pay into their personal accounts. Increased demand for passports, which is as a result of the impact of COVID-19, the growing youthful population, and our passport control officers should put this in their minds. We have a youthful population that is growing, and what that means is that they constitute a significant portion of migrants. And the implication of that is that there will always be increase in demand for passports. So if COVID goes permanently, the increasing population will still ensure that we have a rising demand for passports. And you also know Nigeria is exporting labor to all parts of the world. This also means that there will be increase in demand for passports. Now, delayed late production of passports, somehow that is still present in the system. People deliberately delayed the production. Contrived express process. The contrived express process now applies more for foreign missions. There are some that says express, and we really could not put our hands on the service being rendered with this express process. Delays caused by extraneous factors such as NIN issuance and or verification. NIN has become a pain point in the application process, and we also have a responsibility to work with NIMSI in order for us to address this NIN issue. Incorrect information on NIN, mix up of data. In one, the first name is the middle name. In another, the middle name in the first name. It creates problem. But nobody remembers NIMSI. Everybody points accusing figures to immigration. So we need to address that. What is common across all platforms, PCOs, locally and internationally, is the total absence of customer service orientation. Absolutely missing. Perhaps because we wear uniforms, we consider it that we are doing them a favor, whereas it should be that we are rendering service. And when you render service, the basic thing we learned is that the customer is king and should be so treated. But customers of passports are not treated as kings in all our passport control offices. Now, the current issues. We have an online application portal, easy to navigate. Completion of the application form is straightforward. The online payment process is also easy to use with multiple options of payment. Nigerians are delighted about this. The application requirements, sometimes for new applicants, is extensive, but easy to collate. The NIN, which is a requirement for the process, has turned out to be a major pain point for applicants. So we must also address this. Procedures at the passport offices. Most of the passport offices have no instructional or directional signage. Applicants come in and they are just thrown into a wilderness. They don't know where to go to. They don't know who to talk to. They are just asking around. No directional signage, no information. Passport offices are generally disorganized and rowdy. In all cases, there was no clear queue management system. No queue management system. I mean, if we put ourselves in the shoes of applicants and we all go to banks to transact business and there's no queue management system, how would we feel?
There's no direction. How would you feel? You don't go to bank. Don't get to that.
Cashier.
How would you feel? Loss.
Yes.
Confusion. The time is direct of I even say queue. It's done with that.
All right. So.
People must even know where to go.
Absolutely. So. Thank you very much, Minister. So the procedures at the passport offices, the PCOs need to look at it critically and ensure that this place is organized. Well, we still see a lot of rent-seeking behavior. It's prevalent at all passport offices that we surveyed, locally and internationally. Officers openly solicit applicants to help fast-track the process for a fee. In instances, we noted that there is the official route, self-processing route, and officer's route, which is the fast-track route at all passport offices. So the color of files used also clearly indicated which route a particular application was on. White for officer's route and brown for official route with self-processing. Yes. So we saw different colors of files. Also, in terms of organization, the passport collection points in many passport control offices are quite disorganized. Applicants are asked to write down their names and enrollment number on a random loose of piece of paper. They were asked to pick the pile, and it's a whole world of confusion, a whole world of confusion. Now, if you look at the new process, with the new system, the process has significantly improved. You have the online application, you have the payment, you have the appointment booking, you have the biometric capturing, you have the issuance of collection slip with collection date, then you have collection. This is how to service people, to express human dignity. And the minister is an advocate of human dignity. We should serve our people the way we would want to be served. So this new system is quite apt. So applicants are unable to have their biometrics captured prior to the date of their appointment. We have tested this. And we also saw frustration of officers because they could not tinker with the process, with the system. They are frustrated. People come to them and say, I want a faster date. It is not doable. And we think this is very good, and it is commendable. And it is also a system of crowd control if we apply it very, very well. If they miss their appointment, they must reschedule it. In fact, in one of the cases we reported, a former senator came with all the paraphernalia of office, and he just could not break that system. And that is a very good one for us. Now, we also analyzed, in the case of, because of our report, we analyzed immigration officers, and we noticed that there are mixed reactions of officers towards the system. Some like it, some don't like it. That is normal. All right. Some officers, mostly the senior officers, they prefer the new system. We also observed that officers were less tense than they usually were. In the era of the jungle, you could see tension in officers, but now it is, they are no longer tensed. Everything is orderly. Mystery shoppers had cause to have dealings with officers even when the system was not online, and we know that things are better. They get home, they are less stressed. The blood pressure is coming down for most of them because there is no abuse of immigration officers as it used to be in the past. In Ikeja in particular, the center has become significantly better organized than it used to. And officers interviewed remarked that their work is generally easier and more efficient. So that's the feedback we got from the officer. We also observed that officers were conscious not to be caught engaging in corrupt practices due to the grave consequences of various undercover efforts. I think the sting operation of the acting CG is still very fresh in the minds of a lot of them. But what they don't know is that we have our men with their body camera everywhere who are capturing what is happening in passport control offices. In spite of the above observations, there is general palpable sentiment among officers that the novelty of the process will soon wear off and they will eventually return to status quo. That's what some of them are hoping to happen. Now, on the applicant side, most respondents were indifferent about the cashless payment system of the new regime, but none of them reported any issues with payment anymore. None of them. However, it's important to note that a significant number of our respondents, about 80%, still engage immigration officers to help them navigate the portal, to fill their forms and make payment on their behalf. This is not strange, because if you look at the airline industry, despite the fact that you could go online and buy Dana, buy Airpeace, a lot of people still patronize travel agents. All right, so an industry has been created out of that system for those who have phobia for interfacing with the system, and that's what we still see in the issue of passport. Applicants also receive their passport between 6 weeks and 8 weeks, no complaint, and they're happy, those who plan ahead. Applicants remarked that they were pleased to have certainty with regard to the date for their biometric capture. They were pleased. It delighted them. Some were wondering, is this still Nigeria? As they got a certain appointment date on the application portal after paying statutory fees. One applicant remarked on Twitter that they were shocked to find that there was no more fraud at the passport office while they tried to renew their passport. So Nigerians are becoming to see this. The glory, yes, goes to the originator of the idea, but most importantly, to all of us wearing the immigration uniform. But still in line of skepticism of Nigerians, a number of them on Twitter said that with the right connection, there are still officers who could be paid to get passport out. I think those are the ones that are still living in the past. It is not what is current now. Other commenters remarked that they would prefer a corrupt passport office if it improved their chances of their passport being issued or renewed quickly. There's a significant one about the female, and we must find a way to solve this. A lot of the female respondents complained about being forced to physically pull out their artificial eyelashes and make other significant adjustments to their appearance in order to look as natural as possible during biometric capturing. Perhaps we need to put a caveat somewhere when they are filling the form or coming for biometrics to say that this is how you should look. We have it in visa points all over any visa country, place you want to visit, they will tell you how you should look. So they shouldn't get there before we start telling them to pull this off, pull that off. And it costs some of them a lot because they want to look good when coming to see the officers in immigration. Now, in the old system, it's there how much people were making through this rent-seeking effort, a whole lot, but that has been significantly eliminated. But Nigerians are also skeptical about the sustainability of the new system and think the situation will revert once Ogbeni is no longer Minister of Interior. We have to prove them wrong. Old things are passed away, and this is the new one we want to see. Now, further observations complained about applicants not being attended to promptly and having to hang around under trees, by the gate. There's just nowhere to sit comfortably. There are still touts and loiterers inside and outside passport offices, so the PCOs will need to solve this riddle immediately. People who have no business at passport offices should not be allowed into passport offices. It should become a security zone. If you don't have a business there, you don't go there. PCOs need to urgently change the look and feel of the environment of the passport offices and make it look organized, orderly, and controlled. There remains a perception issue among applicants and the general public that you need to contact an immigration officer to be able to get a passport. But I think media consultants are working very hard on that. They are creating a lot of awareness in the media that you don't need an immigration officer before you can obtain a passport. It's also important to note that a significant number of respondents still engage immigration officers. I mentioned that earlier. What we also noticed is that there are no officers designated for customer care roles. And I think this should go to Servicom. We may need to designate some people as customer care and let them wear some insignia. Even when we go to parties, people put banners on their dress. Ask me, if we can do that at parties, why can't we do that in a serious business environment? They should have people that they can ask questions when they need to, and that is going to Servicom. The PCOs also need to consider courtesy officers, customer service officers. We'll talk about that more when we go into all our sessions. Recommendations from the report. Reorganization of the layout of passport offices, that cannot be overemphasized. We need to. Queue management system is also very important. We should automate it because we know if it is tally, officers will pick tally in the morning, put in their bag, go to the gate and start selling tally number. So this should be automated as they do even telecom companies in Nigeria. If you go to Glo, you go to Airtel, you come in, you press a button, it gives you your slip and you walk away. If you see that you are number 200 at 8 a.m., that tells you that you can go and come back, not wasting your time there and under inhuman conditions. That is what we see. For me, I'm even surprised at what happens in the foreign missions. We shouldn't let our Nigerians, our brothers and sisters go through what a lot of them go through over there. Provision of conducive waiting halls, we must also crack this. How do we get conducive waiting halls for people who are waiting? Once we institute the crowd control system, the conducive waiting hall is also something we need to consider. Installation of CCTV systems all over to monitor remotely so that the BCG passport and other travel documents can monitor from our desk. The people in the offices also can monitor what is happening within and outside. Then this is to because the service, we must institutionalize this mystery shopping exercise. It has to be a part of us. The industry I came from in the private sector is a standard thing, mystery shopping, and that gets everybody to be on their toes because you don't even know who you are talking to and what the person is carrying and recording. There should be robust consequence management system also, in which case the hearing officers are disciplined as much as possible. Also very important, training. We need to invest in soft skills training. The regimental training we have probably has structured us in one way to see the civilian populace. We need soft skill training now. What are these soft skill trainings? Customer service, communication skill, personal effectiveness skills, assertiveness skill. We should know all this, and our people should be trained on soft skills. For customer service, we know it is basic home training, all right? But we don't have this training in equal measure. So those who are deficient, we need to bring them up to speed on customer service. Other recommendations is that, well, the new system is better for the well-being of officers, and it is in the best interest of Nigeria and Nigerians. It is in our own best interest. However, there's still room for improvement in terms of eliminating corruption or reducing it to the BRS minimum. There's also a commercial opportunity to solve the problem of express application, as there are evidently genuine reasons for some applicants to desire a quick turnaround time for the production of their passports. I'm aware, I have the privilege or not to know that the minister is already thinking along this line. There's also commercial opportunity to solve the problem of those who don't want to engage portal themselves. And I've used the example of the aviation industry, where the airlines put their portal there for people to buy tickets, but people like me still use travel agents. So some people may just not want to interact with the portal, and they want to be serviced by some other people. So there's an opportunity there. Since the process is now about 75% automated, there should be conscious effort to automate the process 100%. I know that is also the desire of the Minister of Interior. There should be continuous improvement of the system. There is need to deploy more resources towards the verification of breeder documents and permanent home address of the applicants. There's an urgent need for PCOs to overhaul their working environment. Please, let's make it, well, let me even use this. Most of us, if we do the calculation, we spend more time in these offices than we spend in our homes, except on weekends. And for me, where I spend more time must have that ambience that makes me to be a bit relaxed. All right. If you look at the time you spend in the office, the biggest time you spend at home is during sleep hour. So let's look at our offices and make them better. There's a need for NIS to continue to reorientate the officers on how to deliver professional and efficient services at all times. Then what are the next steps? the next step, a key one, PCOs must take ownership of this reform. It is not an Ogbeni reform. You must take ownership. You must become more innovative. You must become more creative in the delivery of service to the public. You should become unrepentant advocate of this new system, unrepentant, and ensure that it works, particularly for those of us who are in foreign missions, who probably have dual reporting lines. This is very important to your own responsibility, and you must take ownership of it. We must also institutionalize customer service. When you're doing change management, as we have it now, there are certain things that must come with change management, and institutionalizing this process, which is the heart of it, customer service, customer care, is very important. So our recommendation is that NIS should invest heavily across board and take people through customer service. NIS should also commit to continuous mystery shopping exercise. On our own part, we will be doing a customer satisfaction survey by the end of April or towards the middle of May, where we'll get feedback from all over the country, from those who have applied for passports in the last 3 months on what their experiences will be. And if we have the opportunity of a meeting like this, we'd also share the report. Now, we're putting up a template for monthly rating of passport control offices. There will be a league table from number 1, those who are playing in the local league, you have it there. Those who are playing in the foreign league would also have it there. So there's going to be a rating and ranking of PCOs, which we'll share with everybody. What are the benefits of this process? Enhanced customer experience. People now think Nigerians are being treated well. Nigerians are being treated as human beings. Then you have customer satisfaction. For us as politicians, customer satisfaction translates into electoral value. So we are very committed to this kind of process. Enhanced reputation of NIS and MOI. Even for you, when people see you in that uniform, they don't see you with the eyes of a corrupt person. They see you with the eye of somebody with honor. So it has even impact on you as individuals. Then there's reduction in complaints and all, right? Now, lastly, if Nigeria will change for the better, then we must take responsibility for the changes in Nigeria. And it can start with all of us here and our officers that are in our various offices.
Thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. Minister, sir, in my place, they say when you see a pregnant woman caressing her stomach, she faces the direction of the man that is responsible. And you agree with me that someone is responsible for all of these wonderful things we are witnessing in the service. The many reforms witnessed by the service in recent years is unprecedented. And we want to, at this moment, invite for his address this visionary, innovative, pragmatic, charismatic leader, a great Nigerian, the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola. Welcome, sir.
Are we checking the daily? I think let me sit. Akoya see me. Yes, hallelujah. Akoya see me. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In English, I said, I seek refuge in God from the machinations of Satan as I begin in his name. That done, as it is customary, let me recognize personalities that must be recognized. The acting Controller General of Immigration, my brother Idris Isa J. It's a pleasure. I must say that you have demonstrated capacity and leadership. I recognize, though he came very, very late, but I still recognize you. Without bitterness. Deputy Controller General Aliru, who is in charge of visa and residency. Thank you, Aliru. I recognize Deputy Controller General Adepoju, in charge of finance and accounts. I recognize, he's not here. Mohammed, is he here?
He's up there.
Oh, you came late. Come and take us. Let's wait for him to come. He didn't want me to know. It's good to know. So as he's coming, I recognize Acting Controller General Emi Mohammed, MNI, is the ACG in charge of border management. I recognize Assistant Controller General Obi Onyakagbo, Investigation and Compliance. I recognize Assistant Controller General Ezeka Igbe, who is in charge of migration. I'm reading what is there, so I'll not mention your name, just be quiet, just be calm. Whoever put this, let me put Babangida. My people refuse to recognize Babangida. I don't know what I've done to make them omit your name. But it doesn't matter. Your CG is putting it now. Okay. I recognize Ezeka Igbe. I recognize Assistant Controller General M.O. Anyalishi, who is in charge of passports. Thank you. Recognize ACG Babangida Usman, HRM. Recognize ACG. She's not here. Is Amaya here? Amaya is not here. She's not here. So you people prefer Amaya to Babangida? Yeah. Don't worry. You know, you don't know. People like to say to women. I recognize distinguished personalities that are here, service providers. I want to mention their names, friends, my associates in the minister's office. Thank you for your effort. Distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press. I forgot to mention our sister, who is a resource person here, Mrs. Adefunke Adewuyi. This is really hard. I don't know. Did I meet you in the service? But you didn't come very close to my system. Yeah, so it's nice to know you, and I'm happy to know you are highly valuable to the system. It's my pleasure to have this close engagement with you. I thank you for your support. Gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Oh, sorry, passport officers. Passport officers local, passport officers foreign. It's a pleasure having this opportunity once again to talk to you. We began this process last year, and it could be interesting to have this engagement. I listened attentively to the presentation by the officers in the innovation and strategy unit of my office. And what must be done is to make that document, print it, and make it available to everybody in charge of passport administration at the management level, not just the PCOs, at the management level, and they know that. I titled my speech, my remark. First of all, before I even talk about my remark, is to commend the service under the able, focused, and matured leadership of Jere of putting this together with the theme effective and efficient service delivery, an imperative for maximizing the gains of the passport reforms towards a seamless passport issuance process. It can be better said. I hope and believe that the officers participating in this two-day workshop will understand the significance, the importance, the relevance of this workshop. After this workshop, whoever permits any laxity, not just infraction, there's a difference between laxity and infraction. Any laxity in the system we are all struggling to put together, should not blame anybody. Don't even blame your mother's, what do you call it? Don't blame the other wife. Don't blame your stepmother. Don't blame your stepmother. Just blame yourself alone. You'll be squarely and absolutely responsible for whatever comes to you. Because you cannot therefore have any reason at all to blunder. No. If I didn't even talk at all, what you have heard is enough. We have, first of all, our names to protect. We have the image of our nation to promote and protect. And we have the integrity of our people to uphold, promote, and protect. And we have the dignity of the people having our color all over the world to defend. So it's very clear to me why this must happen. You have had the observations, you have the recommendations, you have had all the things necessary. But there can't be an end to it. Anything human is an ongoing process. It's an ongoing work. It's a work in progress. Anything human is what? A work in progress. So it's your responsibility to continuously apply yourself to ensure that, one, with yourself you are satisfied that you have done your best in bringing honor to your service, to yourself, to your nation, and to your race. My speech is titled Passports for Nigerians without tears. That should be the new mantra. Passports for Nigerians without tears. If you want to say this is said in a negative form. If you want to say it in a positive form, passports for Nigerians with joy, with smile. That's positive affirmation. This is saying the same thing negatively. So depending on what you want, passport for Nigeria with smiles. I welcome you all to the opening day of this training workshop for passport control officers worldwide. Because I've been told that this is being aired globally through technology. The Nigeria Immigration Service, NIS, performs a lot of functions. But the principal, the most significant of all your jobs, in fact, in my language, what they call is ashobodi. I don't know what is it. How do you call immigration officer in Hausa? Hausa name for Asho. I'll tell you ashobodi in English. I want to know it in Hausa. How do you call immigration officer in Hausa? What's the meaning of that?
Instead of internet.
Ashobodi.
Ashobodi, yes.
Who is an Igbo? Who's a serious Igbo man, Igbo person here? What's the Igbo word for immigration officer?
Honestly, I don't know.
You don't know. Who here can give us Igbo native title label for an immigration officer? Oh, you have sorry. Sorry, but I don't know. Don't let me talk too much. But in Yoruba, the word for immigration officer. So we had them before we had contact with the Europeans. They are called ashobodi, border guard. And from what they have said, lengthily in modern times, is the man in charge of entry and exit. The border guard, the border police. That's your principal job. Why I must state this is that, honestly speaking, every immigration officer and men of that service must see themselves as border managers. This is secondary. Where you all want to be and want to serve, the pressure I get on foreign posts, my God. If not that I'm a politician, it's enough to kill. But before you can be in politics and rise to where I am now, God damn it. The pressure that will kill you will destroy Kilimanjaro. So it's very much routine. I know that I just laugh and move on. But that is not your principal job. The area in which your career can be really enhanced, defined, and recognized is at the border. That's your major primary assignment. Issuance of visas, migrant registration, issuance of passport to Nigerians, etc., are among other supplementary functions performed by your service, by the Nigerian Immigration Service. They are supplementary. They are not your core mandate. They are not. You went to academy now, Abi. I'm sure I've not gone through your curriculum to be sure, but I'm sure you are told in the academy that you are first and foremost a border guard. That is what nobody wants to be. If you send somebody to border, to go and meet his spiritual consultant, that something bad has happened. There's a calamity. There's a calamity. How do you solve it? Please, I'm starting with that. Change that. perception. Change that orientation. Take joy in your core mandate. I'm not saying you should not be happy with supplementary, because we must do the supplementary too for people to know that we're effective and efficient in any assignment you are given. But your primary responsibility to Nigeria is what? Border management. Effective and efficient border management. However, let's go to the provenance of what we are here to do. The origin of passport. Well, how was passport introduced? What is it meant to do? I want to go to it today. So I realize that we are some of us are lazy. We don't even though we are managing an affair, to even Google it to find out how did it begin? Where did it begin from? Since modern world emerged, passports have played a central role as the primary means of identity and movement from region to region. Since modern time, the world has been forever. The world has been for billions of years. But during this epoch, when civilization started, and human beings seriously now started to consider themselves as races, inhabitants of a territory and what have you, identity and material document to move from one place to another. The earliest reference to a passport was around 450 BC, when Nehemiah, an official serving the king of Persia, requested for permission to travel to Judea region. The request was granted, as the king gave him a letter to the governors beyond the river. That was how he titled the letter, requesting a safe passage for Nehemiah as he traveled through their land. That was the first passport ever issued. That is why presidents will write at the first page of every passport that I recommend the bearer of this document for the best consideration. We are copying the king of Persia in his letter to the principalities in other regions to permit Nehemiah to move through their land. So just a piece of paper that served as the first passport. According to a 1414 Act of Parliament in Britain, King Henry V of England, however, is regarded to have invented the first passport in modern sense. King Henry V, as a means of helping his subjects prove who they were in foreign lands. So the person that issued the equivalent of what we now call passport was King Henry V of England, who gave passport to British, the English people, wanting to move out of Britain, confirming that they are the subjects and that they should be recognized as such, and so treated. The passport was first issued in Nigeria in 1948, after the World War II, and was called the British West African Passport. The Nigerian passport outside the shore of the country is the only means of identifying anyone as a Nigerian citizen. So, yes, ICAO will say travel document. Yes, it's a travel document for us in Nigeria, but for a Nigerian outside, it is being. It is being, if you don't have it outside Nigeria, whether expired or current, you are a persona non grata. The alternative is to go to jail. If you are caught without it outside Nigeria, it's jail. However, what is most important about that document, which to us is just, if like my mother, if you don't dream of leaving my mother before she passed on, me the good Lord give her peace in our new station. Amen. If you don't say amen, I say amen. My mother had no business to leave Nigeria, so passport meant nothing to her, except when she was to go to Hajj, and it was not her business. It was the person who was who was arranging for Hajj for her that faced that problem. Like people of her type nationwide. So it could be a travel document to my mother. But for Nigerians who seek greener pastures, who seek residence, who seeks for Nigeria, who seeks better life, brighter opportunities, and stay without any qualification now outside the shores of Nigeria. The passport is an instrument of survival. It's existential. And I have to tell you this for you to know how important it is, particularly our officers in the foreign missions. Nigerians are aggressive about passport renewal in the foreign missions. It's not because they are bad-tempered, no. It's not because they are unruly, no. It's because their existence depends on it. And in my part of the country, they say anything that threatens your economy challenges your existence. When honor but the best to say it in English is that whatever threatens your economy, your personal, not your state economy, your personal economy is a threat to your survival, to your life. Thank you, madam, for your life. So henceforth, do everything 3 times in your power to assuage the desperation of Nigerians on passport. Yes, we can easily dismiss. Yeah, why are they leaving it to too late? We're all guilty about that as Nigerians. We will gradually get over it. And the process is dual. Dual, that is from our side and from their side, or from their side and our side. Let us all, first of all, bring orderliness, organization, effectiveness, efficiency to the system, and then you see Nigerians doing it properly. But what I'm trying to emphasize is the fact that passport to a Nigerian outside Nigeria is an existential item. Because you can't go to school without a current passport. That's the law. Where there is law and there is an enforcement of the law. You can't work in a legitimate business without a current passport. In fact, your existence is what? Threatened without a valid passport. Without a passport, you cannot go to school or get job or sustain job, not just get job, sustain, maintain a job legally. So whatever threatens your means of livelihood, what does it do? It threatens your life. So take it from this workshop, rather than being cruel, insensitive, discourteous to a Nigerian who is already harassed by the prospect of losing his or her job. Please remember that I've told you, the passport that man seeks to validate, either through renewal or whatever, is his only means of retaining that job. So he or she's on the edge already. Don't worsen his condition by not being very, very calm, accommodating, and understanding. This is more to those who are outside listening to me. I'll come to you. Exhibit the best in your character in dealing with Nigerians outside the shores of Nigeria, because it's on the edge. It's on the edge. It's not unstable, but it's seriously anxious and agitated. Do not worsen his psychological state by not accommodating insults and his desperation. You must accommodate his desperation. That's why you are there. And that goes to show that whoever we are sending overseas, you must first of all be sure that he himself is stable. I'm telling you, it's not just about the pressure. You must be stable. And you must let them go through some training that will make them understand that the task, as attractive as it is, so does it demand a lot of maturity. Because they must display at all times maturity, tolerance, endurance, and accommodation. At all times. Very important. It is also the means of identifying and separating Nigerians from other nationals in any foreign country. This is why your job is important and very, very important. And at the heart of citizenship integrity, mandate of the Ministry of Interior. That is why I've devoted a lot of time to you. I understand what it means in that line of the assignment given by Mr. President, the Rauf. Your ministry oversees the department in the ministry. And this service, which is at the heart of citizenship integrity, over the years, there have been challenges to passport administration. These include booklet shortage due to non-delivery by the producers or an unexpected surge in demand, racketeering, extortion, price inflation, and other fraudulent acts. There was even a documentary in the 90s on how a foreigner obtained the Nigerian passport so seamlessly, and the allegation still subsists that some of our West African neighbors have managed to obtain the passport. What I've just said is known to all of you. Probably some of you even joined to be part of that racket. I'm not saying you did, please don't misunderstand me. I say probably. I'm begging you. The game is over. What did I say? The game is over. And we understand it. I need to tell you, some of us were long on the street. Some of us were long on the street. Some of us are very, very long on the street. We are very, very long on the street. Before God said, no, go. That's not your spirit, that's not your station. Come here. And before we go to where we are now, and God is supporting us. We understand the game. No way. We do understand the game. I mean, I know the lie, I tell the truth. I don't know. Yes, sir. You said, didn't like us. Go. All right. Long on this. The game is over. It can only get better. It's truly worse. Inshallah. And goes over. We have not finished with the process. Very soon, you will not even see any applicant for passport. No. Very soon, there will be no file. Wallahi. There will be no file. It is fine that you see, that you color. It is fine that you see, that you color. There will be no fire. Technology has provided so much succor for whoever wants to be efficient that what is left to adopt it. There will be no file any very before inshallah, before this year ends, there will be no file anymore on passports. Passport process will be digitized absolutely. It's only if you can see air. We all use air. We don't see it. So, as it is impossible to see the air, so will it be impossible for anybody to even know which passport is where, because it will be just running in the system. And we must thank our president for his support, inspiration, motivation, and technology for making this possible. But definitely we'll get to the stage where one passport applicant will meet any immigration officer in the course of processing passport, and there will be no manual documentation of that process. What let me to that is that it will only get better. It will not decline, no. And why are this? God saving our lives, protecting us, giving us guidance. It won't matter whether I'm the minister or not. Very, very soon. So those who are praying that let this man go, whether I go or not, this process will continue by the grace of God. Yes, there have been challenges to passport administration. I mentioned the various manifestations of the challenges. This continue to embarrass government and reduce the credibility and integrity of the service in the eyes of Nigerians and the world. It is for these reasons that we have introduced reforms into passport administration system in Nigeria, which is meant to infuse the process with credibility and strengthen the integrity of the Nigerian passport and promote you as officers and men of the Nigerian Immigration Service. And let me quickly make addition to this. He spoke to you, but he did not stress it. He couldn't. Let me stress it. You are part of the paramilitary service in Nigeria. What's the meaning of para? Para means close to. Okay. Let me now break it down. At the military service, and you know it, your life is on the line. If you are slack, it's death. Okay. That's why you are given handling training, arms handling training in your academy. My sister was in your service in late 80s. She's no longer there now. She's outside of the country. She is my immediate sister. She came home and said, I think our mates must have left the service now. Or if they are there, they have some few more years to stay. She was in Kano. She came and was bragging, I can shoot now. I said, shoot the enemies you want to just like this. Yeah. So you are given arms training at your academy, essentially for your border management roles. So you are at the border a military force. What did I say? A military force. So be as wide as you can at the border. You are not para-civilian in the border. You are paramilitary. If not full military. At the border, you are what? Full. No, you are paramilitary. If you are not full military, so if you are wild there, you are wild. That's what you must do. I will tell you where you must not be too wild. Don't be wild in the airport too, because there is no. You are not the one to. You are not the first line defender of the airport. You know. You are not to defend the territorial integrity of the airport. So don't be very, very wild. Just be para at the airports and the seaports where you are not the main defender. At the passport office, you are para-civilian. That's the point. I want to tell this story to tell you who you are and where you are. This point. At the passport offices, you are what? Para-civilians. With joy. I'm saying to register this in your mind. You are not police. You can't be a police there. You know now. So you are para-civilian. So put up your best as a civilian force. Sympathetic civilian force at the passport office. I'm not saying you should come in civilian dress, because these things are dangerous. You want to be careful with people. They can say, I said so now. That's why I'm in Agbada. Don't wear Agbada to your office. I didn't say so. Appear as you must appear. But let in your mind register that you are a civilian dealing with civilians. That is the first line. However, I must add this. Because one thing about the service you are in is discipline. It's not just how you look alone. It's knowing that order is order. And that discipline is your first watchword. So if you are disciplined, that is in control of yourself and obedient to order rigidly as laid out in all your charter and commands, you appreciate why you must be kind to Nigerians at the passport offices. And I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility and seriousness. And that means at your level now I'm talking to you directly, exhibit leadership. Leadership means that beyond the rules, apply yourself in a way that others will say, yeah, I don't know people like this are still in Nigeria. In terms of their kindness, application of self to service and duty, and understanding others. Leadership. One of you demonstrated it when I visited the station that person was. You can't get there and not appreciate her. I don't want to use, but there's no way I can speak English without bringing this gender thing that can reveal. I want it to be replicated by all of you. Let your personality reflect in your station. It's not about any law now. Your personality. Let us see. Let Nigerians see you in your environment. He mentioned it. They can't write that out. They can't say plant trees or organize people. Let Nigerians feel properly treated. No, they cannot. But if you apply yourself, that's certainly will be. Wherever you, as passport officers, worldwide, from Nigeria to Kiribati. I know we have no mission in Kiribati. I'm just mentioning Kiribati. Kiribati is a small, tiny island in the Pacific Ocean, very far away. That is where day breaks. Now they are sleeping now there. Already they are feeling the day. This day in Kiribati is over. Whether you are there or here, let your humanity defines your station. Let us see you in your station. In every sense of it, from the ambience to the organization and arrangement of that station. And there's no end to, we all know it, we just refuse to do it. We all know it. Manage your station very, very well, so that people can say about you, yes, I've seen a different immigration officer. That's important to me. That should be important to you. The details had been mentioned. We have adopted the maximum processing period of 6 weeks. It can be less, but it should not be more. If it is more, let it be rare and let it be called an external factor, not you. Fresh passports, the maximum of 3 weeks, it can be less for the renewal. This is to enable the service verify the identity and claims of applicants before issuing them the passport. For the enhanced passport, we have also synced, that is, harmonized the applicant's biodata with the National Identification Number, NIN, database. The best word to use is validation. It's absolutely out of our control. But it's no point even telling the world that it's out of your control. Don't tell them, we have not validated your name. We have not validated your name. It's not everybody that suffers that inconvenience, but some do. Validation means ensuring that the name you have given us and the data accompanying the name is in line or is in sync with what already have on the database of NIMSI. There are times the system of NIMSI will just simply not respond. Will be deaf and dead to the request. Not all times, at times, for several reasons. Adinka mentioned some. It could be you have spelled your name wrongly in either of the two systems, or you have wrongly arranged your names, or there is a problem at the other end, and the validation is not possible. That is verification and harmonization, like the two coming together and accept one another. It's not possible. So once that is the case, well, it might take some time. Don't blame us too much. And very soon you'll be able to, yes, let me tell you let me tell the world to you. That applicants now, latest in a month's time. We're working at it, I would have said tomorrow, but don't let me be too anxious about it. Not later than a month from today, applicants will be able to track the application to know precisely what stage is your online. You will not have the hassle of people coming. Let's go online to election and that will tell you you're having name problem now. You're having name problem. So if there's a way you can support the process, support it by getting your name and the NIMSI to affiliate the validation. Otherwise, wait, we know it will be done. It's just that in technology, things like this happen. It will tell you precisely what is the state or status of your application. And it will tell you, your passport is ready, go and pick it. It will tell you. You will be able to track your application, passport application process online within the next, by the end of the 38th. So by the end of a month from now, well, let me put it the way the Muslims do, Inshallah. Inshallah means by the grace of God, because we're not in control. God is in control ultimately. We are working on having a tracking system, the passport application. You don't need to say everybody, don't call anybody. The liberty of agency mentioned, I can't say, but you can track process on the line, online within the next 30 days. This means that the information you have with NIMC corresponds to your passport. That's validation. This authenticates your identity to be sure that you are who you claim you are, and that you are not different on the two sides. You are the same person. That's the idea of validation, verification and validation. One of the challenges of late processing or non-processing of application is that there are discrepancies between the biometrics of the applicants and their biodata in NIMC. So it's a challenge. Let me now talk to those in the diaspora, people who in diaspora for whatever reason want to bear strange names. Omonla. Just say Omonla. Let it be a subrequest between you and your friends. Social names. Don't transfer your social name to passport. Nobody will answer you. You apply forever. You are not yourself to blame. Lado. There's no Lado I'm not blaming anybody. There are social names. I'm obeying socially. There. I respect myself, I respect the system enough. I don't put Ogbeni there. So don't transfer your social identity to serious identity platform. No. Your name as it is ordered. Omoyeni, Omowumi, Omowale. Fine, put it there. Don't say Omowale, nothing. Nobody will register you. Nothing. No, this man bears Adaba. Socially, Adaba, they call him Adaba. That's his subrequest. The man say he wants to apply for passport, say Adaba. Your application will stay for a long time. It's not about who you are, whether you know, whether you are working for the minister or not. Nobody process your passport as Adaba. No way. Adaba is in the bush. Adaba is a boy. I mean, dog is in the bush. You are free to bear any name you want to bear socially. But please understand the seriousness of this process. To provide your name as it is officially known, or as you have it, as you have it on your NIMC database. That's what I'm trying to say. Without a symmetry, that is integration, harmonization between your biometrics with us and the biodata with NIMC, there can't be passport too. The enhanced passport cannot be processed, talk less of it being issued. And tell our people this very, very calmly. And understandably. Also, we want to eliminate personal contacts between officials and applicants. It's not yet fully there now because there is biometric capture that you call enrollment. we will soon make that unnecessary in the passport offices. We're at it, and we shall get there. In order to stamp out corruption, is the man you see that you can negotiate with. So the person you don't see, you cannot negotiate. So we want to save you the temptation of even meeting anybody. Don't think we hate you. Let me say this again, we don't hate you. We are working at ensuring that we incentivize you. We are working very, very hard to ensure that your work is rewarded. If incentivizing is not explicit enough, we will reward you legitimately. We know the influence and the temptation. I was struggling to get a better word, but let me use the one that is common, not the best. We understand the temptation and the condition that we should work, so we will compensate you for your services in a legitimate manner. It is absolutely necessary, therefore, for all applicants to go to the Nigeria Education Service online portal to process their applications and avoid patronizing touts and the Nigeria Education Service officials. We are taking complaints of solicitations and inflation of processing fees against Nigeria Education Service officials very seriously, and will land a heavy stick of the law on corporates. It's told you, but I'm repeating it. I'm not calling them mystery agents. I'm calling them covert agents. We soon be going around these passport offices to apprehend touts and officials involved in these unwholesome practices. What is best is not to be so involved, not to so indulge. When I was still in primary school, they used to tell us to be forewarned is to be forearmed. So be guided accordingly. In keeping with international best practices and the evolving challenges of internal security and transborder crimes, the Nigeria Education Service, through the continued support of the President Muhammadu Buhari, has over the last 8 years recorded unprecedented reforms in virtually all areas of its responsibilities. You know that is the truth. From your appearance to several other things. Forward operating bases, this and that, this reform, several. You are changing, and Nigerians know you are changing. So don't think we do not appreciate your readiness to improve. We appreciate it. This is evident from the recent launch of new visa policy, introduction of MIDAS, Migrant Information and Analysis System, at the Nation International Airports, recent redecoration of the border corps, the building and commissioning of the forward operation bases in selected areas, and the commissioning of this data and control command center and technology building, training and retraining, deployment of rapid response squad, and several other things that we know we have done. Let us first commend the President and his team and proud ourselves for participating vigorously, animatedly, and determinedly to all of these reforms. I appreciate you. The Nigerian Immigration Service between 2019 and now has issued 3 million passports to Nigerians. It's amazing. It's unprecedented. And it's worthy of commendation, every commendation. Why? Between 2019 and now, the world experienced the first in 100 years total lockdown for 180 days. It's when you put this in concept, you appreciate your performance. Everything shut down, not only in Nigeria, in the world for 180 days between 2019 and now. And yet, we recorded an unprecedented passport issuance rate of 3 million passports. Once again, so this in spite of the challenges of COVID-19, which greatly affected the availability of booklets and passport issuing process. And let me explain this, because people before now, you have all, and stop it now, not even say it now. You have all acquired the very, very inglorious habit of saying no passport, no passport. People forgot that when the world shut down, everything shut down in the world, even including printing of the passport booklet. People conveniently forgot that as we shut down in Nigeria, that woman who depended on her daily hawking, street hawking, to live, will not go out for 90 days. In Nigeria, not outside Nigeria. If you are talking about Nigeria, you may not know. In Lagos, in Kano, in Abuja, street hawkers for 90 days, March to June, will not move. It happened here. I'm not telling you things you did not know. And yet, we didn't factor that into production of booklets. We all felt like it should be jumping, it should be coming, it will be raining from the sky. No. It's a physical, manual process. It's not virtual. It requires some people going to that office, to that production center. It requires a lot of physical movement, but all over the world, there was a shutdown as it affected that poor woman that depended on her daily earnings on the streets, who could not even go for 90 days. So was it everywhere in the world. So when we say we have done something hugely monumental, we mean it. Monument is great. When I say hugely monumental, I'm emphasizing how big is it? How big it is. It's of the size of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Because the Great Pyramid of Egypt is hugely monumental. Nevertheless, over 250,000 passports are unclaimed by their owners and lying idle on our shelves. So, Nigerians, please, who have applied for passport and who are not dead, because those who have applied and are dead, there's nothing you can do about it. May the good Lord give them a good rest in their new station. Those who are alive, come and collect your passport. And I will be telling all our station officers, the PCOs, upload the unclaimed passport online through whatever system you have put, so that Nigerians can, without coming to you, know that the passports are ready. Take that as an instruction. Let all those who should do appropriate, who should do the necessary things, do them to ensure that Nigerians can check at our portals, on our portals, to check the status of the application, at least to know that the passports are ready. Please do that, do the needful, let us upload. I know more than 80% of these unclaimed passports are in the Ikoyi station. Close to 80% of the unclaimed passports are in the Ikoyi station. I'm not saying all are from Ikoyi, but a large number of the unclaimed passports are in the Ikoyi station. The Nigerians come forward and check our portals. Ikoyi might have to print out something for you to see, particularly in Ikoyi, that if the passports are there. According to early passport index, which is the original authoritative ranking of world's passports, in the second quarter global passport ranking for the year 2022, the Nigeria e-passport is ranked number 99 of over 200 countries' passports. In the number of destinations, because there's a difference between the quality of our passport, the quality of our enhanced electronic passport ranks about the 5th in the world, if not among the first 3. I know some of the big names. I know some of the big names in the world in terms of technology, economy, and defense system are not yet at the stage we are in the great security advancement and quality of Nigerian passport. They are not. So we are not talking about the quality and security standard of passport. But this ranking is based on the number of nations that you can go with your passport without visa. It is on that basis that Nigeria ranks 99th in the world. Even at that, it is no mean feat. It is an indication of the acceptability of a travel document worldwide. So clap for us. The Ministry of Interior, in conjunction with the leadership of Nigeria Immigration Service, is in the process of introducing special incentives for personnel working in passport offices. We are working hard at it. We want to institutionalize expedited service that will attract premium, that's additional charges officially. We are working on it. It's not yet done. We are working on it. And once that is done, a percentage of it will go into the system to make you all happy. Some men are smiling, the women are not smiling. No. I saw the men smiling, I have a way of looking at people. The women are not smiling. I envy women. Women do suffer some discrimination that we are also struggling to eliminate, but they enjoy the best of two worlds. Men are alone. No matter what we say, I'm not saying there are no gender issues, they are around. The women largely are beneficiaries of two worlds, if not 3. No, two. From their husbands, they benefit from their children. The men, oh my God, they're their own. I said this, don't even tell you how, I just know. Men are there. But I salute women. I salute them for their forbearance. I salute them for their capacity to endure. I salute them for their capacity to tolerate. I salute you. You see women greatly. So we are in immigration service. So let me continue. Let me take that line again so that you get it. the Ministry of Interior, in conjunction with the leadership of the Nigerian Immigration Service, is in the process of introducing special incentives for personnel working in the passport offices. This will include addressing matters around the operational constraints of their various passport offices. We are also in continuous engagement with the management of DMC in the effort to jointly provide lasting solution to the recurring failure of name verification and validation for the enhanced passport stations. We are working at it. We are putting our best up to support their own process, and we're asking them to rise up to it. This will no doubt further ease the pressure on the system, which often gives rise to avoidable delays in the passport processing. We have no doubt achieved a lot. It's not good to praise oneself, but I can tell you we have achieved a lot. The lizard, the red-necked lizard, jumps from the tall Iroko tree and eats the land. Bah! He will look up, he will look down. I will say, if nobody commencing, he will praise himself. We have achieved a lot. But a lot more still needs to be done if you must consolidate on the gains made so far. And that is why you are here. Take this workshop very, very seriously, I beg you. It is in this regard that this training workshop for passport control officers becomes necessary, especially for the recently appointed PCOs. Take it very seriously. Take it very seriously. Please, I beg you. So therefore, I wish to commend the foresight of the acting Controller General of Immigration, his management team, in conjunction with all stakeholders in the electronic passport project, for this well thought out and timely training workshop for the officers whose positions and performance can either make or break the wonderful achievements made so far. I'm very grateful to you, all of you who are part of this. Salute. I need not remind you that the passport control officers, that as passport control officers, you are the drivers of these reforms in your various offices. I don't need to tell you, you know. Therefore, you must strive to eliminate unnecessary bottlenecks and shenanigans of various individuals aimed at bringing the passport issue process a bad image by making the process difficult for Nigerians. You must rise up to eliminate everything that promote bad image for us by removing bottlenecks. Don't you allow it to occur. Interrogate it before it occurs and solve it. Your duty is to ensure that you provide the needed environment at your various passport offices for applicants who have the full benefits of the reforms in the issuance of passports. Let it be so. I do not understand Igbo, but I mean it in Igbo. Whoever can say it in Igbo. That's what I say in English. I say, please make passport issuance very, very easy. Let Nigerians get their passport with smiles. Elimination of touting at passport offices, complete and total recognition of all forms of extortion and undesirable practices which constitute impediments in the process, ensuring that officers and men working in passport offices maintain high levels of discipline, integrity, and desire to serve Nigerians and our citizens with every sense of patriotism are the imperative of an effective and efficient service delivery. I therefore urge you to make this your minimum threshold in the course of your tenure at the various passport offices. Ensure that you leave a legacy of good service when you eventually complete your tour of duty. Before I declare the workshop open, there's an area I want to go into. I've told you that you are immigration officials with tender acts at the passport offices. As tender as your act, as tender as your act must be in engaging with Nigerians, with smiles and accommodation and good spirit, discipline, which is a major factor in your training, must be maintained at all times. Do it. Now, your commanders, your squad leader will give you the period. Make sure you periodically do drill your staff. Let them know that they are not just civilians there. I say they must be civilian in their mind, but they must be military in their format. Institute a regime of regular drill in your station. It's a beautiful thing to see. I like it when I come and they say, the guard people, the other guy people, they tell me, can you go, hi. So, they are the only ones that understood themselves. Like the English is not known to me. What they say, just say, can you go, hi. So I don't care to know what they say. I asked, I have a little. Can you go, withdraw the Kinigon to the Kinigon Gado. So whatever it is, do that regularly. The CG will give you the period. I don't think you do that now. Do it. Let your men officers be reminded that they are still wearing uniform. That is to instill discipline for the period. It's an operational matter. I'm not supposed to be involved, but as a policy, please regularly drill your staff. It's part of the leadership I want you to show. If you are drilling your staff, you yourself will know that you have not even lost touch with the service in your appearance, because I won't mention names of some people who don't even appear as PCO. So you yourself must even be not just be smart, you must have a sense that you are in a paramilitary. Even though you must deal with your clients, Nigerians, with tender heart and accommodating arm. Let there be periodic drill. Quarterly is too long. The quarterly is too long. Let them come to the office knowing that, look, we are here as a regimental force. You are a regimental force. Are you not? Yeah. One of you, anytime I see her, I just know that, yes, this lady knows this job. She doesn't talk to me without telling me, oh, I'm powerful, not like this. In my mind, I say, correct. That's like some most are just come to you and they just come. For you to see that they are sitting. You're not a regimental officer. You are taught not to do this. You are a regimental officer. You should out of uniform then say, no, you are not in uniform, madam, sit down. That's how it should be. Before a man in uniform with cap, just come, okay, that's what your training. Your training is very clear. So how to imbibe and domesticate this attitude is through regular drill. So let regular drill be part of your diet in your offices. So as I declare this workshop open, I shall do all to make the best of the opportunity accorded you by the acting Controller General of the service and its management by ensuring that you take full advantage and acquaint yourself with all these reforms in the passport process so that you can be better armed to deliver on the expectations of the Nigeria Immigration Service and Nigerians in general with renewed vigor. Finally, while commending the management of the Nigeria Immigration Service for this initiative, I urge you to replicate this in all your other areas of responsibility, as this will ensure that the Nigerian Immigration Service officers and men of the service are better prepared at all times to measure up with their counterparts the world over, while also meeting the demands of Nigerians in terms of the much needed effectiveness and efficiency in service delivery. We can indeed be the best immigration service in the issuance of passport. Let that be your objective. On this note, I declare the workshop open as I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful, beautiful address. So we are coming to the end of this event. But before I call on the senior officer that will give the vote of thanks, please permit me to tell you a short story in 30 seconds. Sir, there was this young policeman that was trying to make quick money at a checkpoint, and he had just collected some money from a driver. He was holding the money and motioning to the next vehicle to approach. And when the next vehicle came, it was an SUV, tinted glasses. The glass by the owner's corner went down. He went to see who was there, lo and behold, it was a DIG, a Deputy Inspector General in his uniform. So he was holding money in his right hand, and he knew the next thing to do was salute, but there was exhibit in his hand. So he had to think fast. He said, okay, your own pass salute, your own wrong. So, sir, with the great and wonderful things God has enabled you to achieve in the few years you have been here as the Minister of Interior, we want to say, just like this young policeman, Oga, your own pass salute, your own wrong. Thank you very much, sir. With that, sir, I will call on the ACG passport, ACG Sadat Hassan, for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
The Minister of the Federal Ministry of Interior, Aregbesola, I call you the Omoluabi of our time. My Hebrew acting CGI, Isa Idris Jiri, my senior colleagues, the Deputy Controller Generals here present, the ACGs in charge of directorates,
our resource persons, our guests, all the PCOs from all the passport issuing centers, the gentlemen of the press, good afternoon. I am most honored and delighted to make this closing remark at the opening ceremony of this timely and placed capacity building workshop, which is actually intended at deepening the passport reforms amongst the participants. On behalf of the officers and men of the Passport and Other Travel Documents Directorate of the Nigerian Immigration Service, I want to thank the Minister of Interior most very deeply, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, for being a father to the service, not only championing this laudable passport reform, but for his pragmatic approach to it and seeing to a seamless service delivery initiative witnessed in this administration. Thank you very much, sir. We are most very grateful. In the same vein, I wish to commend the effort of my able acting CGRS and his management team for organizing this laudable workshop. I further want to appreciate all the distinguished resource persons. And I want to say with all sense of responsibility that Mr. Adenka, I'm so much impressed with your presentation. It's so much deeply researched, robust analysis, and I wanted to actually beg for copies for officers, but thank God for our minister. You've already given it even without asking. Thank you, sir. You actually wrapped it up. You wrapped it up. Thank you so much, sir. I want to further appreciate the discussants as well as congratulate the participants for being part of this important workshop. I want to admonish you, the participants, to please ensure professionalism, ethical conduct, and the anti-corruption campaign of this administration. Whatever you have gained here, please deeply entrench it your subordinates in the service delivery to Nigerians. On this note, I wish you all productive and highly impactful section throughout the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. With this vote of thanks, Minister Sir, we have come to the end of this event. And with your kind permission, we'll take the national anthem. And after the national anthem, the participants are expected to move to the Shagari complex. Okay. Okay. The Minister of Interior and the Acting Comptroller General of Nigerian Immigration Service will be moving downstairs for photographs.
Wọ́n mú bọ̀. Wọ́n mú bọ̀.
what they do. But know what Mr. Washington, let me also acknowledge that passport issuing officers in diaspora. It's not that you have forgotten, but it's just because you know that the role you play is not just passport alone. You have other immigration responsibilities to carry out there. But more importantly, like the minister said, passport is very key. And also, Greater Washington has a huge role it plays with making you at the inspection. So please feel free to ask your questions within the diaspora. Thank you so very much. You have the floor. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'll be representatives around from the south, right? My name is Olabi. I work with Greater Washington. Went to logistics, virtual logistics, air logistics, road logistics, and sea logistics. We've worked with immigration for over 7 years now. We have over 525 staff nationwide on our project. We do immigration. We're working with, like I said earlier, we're working with immigration. A lot of officers don't understand our relationship with immigration. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. It's very important partnership together. Because we hear so many times officers think the 2,000 that they collect at the offices is for Greater Washington. No, it's for immigration. Immigration pays us out of it. Right? So not the money doesn't come to us. So it's important that we're clear about it. There's a joint partnership with immigration. Immigration is the one holding charge of everything. We carry out the entire verification services. And it's been long for over 7 years, like I said earlier on. And we've contributed about 8 billion to NIS since we started. I said to you, we have about 520 staff in these services. One of our challenges, which is important, is that the PCOs need to sanitize the respective officers. When they fill up addresses, they need to fill the name. I can tell you, in the last 3 years, it has changed. But before 3 years, we have huge number of wrong addresses, incomplete addresses. But it has been reduced to about 60%. But we still have some now. And like what the minister said, the minister actually told us that every incomplete address, we should narrow it down to the offices, to the PCO's office, and the officer that actually enrolled the applicants. It's important for them to make consequences when they fill up addresses for the streets, landmarks, everything. Number what. Every more than 95% of applicants that are applying for passport, there are people that are economically active, so they have addresses one way or the other. Yeah. Just because when the officers are trying to help them to fill up the addresses, they do it in a hurry. So they won't put the correct addresses there. So please help us to sensitize them and help us to tell them the implication of incomplete addresses. Officers capturing to ensure that the addresses are complete. So the second check is that the officers that are capturing, they should just make sure they ensure that they have complete address before completing the task. That will help us a lot. It will reduce the headache for us. Please. Also, the need for standard reply to police and applicants' inquiry into our services. When the general public asks questions, because when we go out to verify at some point in time, and the applicants, they see us in front of the houses or we interrogate their neighbors or anything, sometimes they are wary. They begin to ask questions, and sometimes they call their officer or the person in immigration, and most of the time they deny that they don't know us. I've gone to bail our staff from the office from the police station more than twice. And when these asked application, they said we don't know Washington, we don't know what they're doing. Oh, they're doing Washington, GWX, we don't know where they're supposed to go and verify. Our job is to go back and verify all those addresses that they stipulated on the application form. So please, sir and ma'am, we are begging you to please help us to sensitize your officers. Please, in your meetings, help us to talk to them that this is what we do, and we will visit, we will verify every addresses. Again, we beg PCOs to please at least create a conducive office space for our staff in your offices. Somewhere they can have access to electricity. Please don't put them in the pantry or in the store, or put them near the gate man's house. Please, we are part of you. Help us to treat our staff with a little bit of courtesy. So we beg for that. We will appreciate it. We're in partnership with you.
So what do we do?
Right, like I said earlier, please let us discontinue the denial of our service to the general public. Right? Worry is a particular place now that we don't have any office space at all. Worry. Our staff, they are hanging around, they are standing, they don't have any place that they're working in. The other offices, some places they give us good place to stay. Some they give us places that you can't put in there. But Worry particularly today, we don't have anywhere worry, and people are just hanging around. So PCOs, please, we beg, implore you to please help us to do better, to serve you better in this room. All right, I go to the next service that we do for you, which is courier services. We distribute passports from head office to respective passport centers. All right, we remove passports. So one of the things we are going to be bringing in the next few weeks is introduction of distribution management system, which allows you, we want to control the entire value chain through technology, which is your apply. Then the approving officers who designed it already. The acting CG have seen it, the procurement have seen it. We just need to sit down with the passport directorate to agree on it. It's for the passport directorate to also set up reorder level for the sake of standardization. So there'll be no need for saying the passport is down. If there's a reorder level, all right, and we're aware, we can pick up. For domestic today, we have zero delay in domestic today. Where we have delay sometimes is international. It's 1 day or twice, 2 days. However, we can say to ourselves, we've done extremely well in that service. We'll continue to ensure zero delay. I'll give you my own number, please. In case I know Ikoyi calls me, I'm very happy to respond immediately. If she's here, she'll tell you the last time she called me, immediately I jumped on her and told her within 2 to 3 hours, you're going to get what you're looking for. And immediately I called you and I called everybody involved, and we resolved it within 3 hours. So if there's any form of delay you're looking for, please call us. We'll respond immediately. We'll tell you the status of where it is, whether it's on transit, it's in the air, or we just pick it up. Because sometimes you ask for it, and they'll tell you, oh, pick it up 3 days ago. No, we just pick it up just that same day. All right? So it's for us to be clear about it. All right? Like I said, I'm going to give you my number and the number of the operations guy with me here. So if there's any delay, just call us. Feel free to call us. We'll jump on it immediately. All right? And we're open to questions. My number is 080 220-200-89. 200-89. And the officer in charge of operation, my name is Olabi. The officer in charge of operation, his name is Sunday. This is Sunday's number 070. Okay, Sunday.
933 95 997 080 933 95 997. One more time. 080 933 95 997. Thank you.
Please, you can call us anytime. Sunday. His name is Sunday. You can call us anytime. We will respond. We are bound to respond. Please, it's your right to demand for it. Please and please. All right? So we are open to question. If there are things that you want to know about our services or things are not clear, please, you are open to questions.
Sorry, I actually wanted the PCOs to introduce themselves, that is, and the controllers and their location. But because most people were not on seat then, I think before we continue, so that Mr. Olabi too and all the resource persons there will be able to know, match the name by the face. And although we have the table names there for identification. So now that everybody is back, I want us to introduce ourselves and then offices, that is our passport control office. So that even you as passport officers, I'm sure you've not met yourself. So that's the first thing we should do. Now when I see on the platform, what is the phone number to PCO? What is it? Lorry, please give me the PCO number of, the telephone number to the PCO of Alausa or whichever passport office they are looking for. So please, where's protocol? Come and take and pass it. Okay, you can use yours for those that have it there. You can use yours or they should pass it on. One minute, come and be them, please. For the controller.
My name is Bayindimeri Ezekiel, controller PAPC, service secretary.
My name is Oludaraji.
Morning, sir. My name is Ifeda Oshowa, PCO Oshowa.
Morning, sir. My name is PC Obodo, and I'm the PCO Umahe.
Morning, ma. My name is Mahmoud Adamu, PCO FCT. Thank you. Good morning, ma. PCO Amana.
Morning, sir. Chikwedo Gladys, Shagan Passport Office. Shagan Passport Office.
Morning, sir. I am Olaofe, PCO Odokon.
Morning, ma'am. My name is Katie Caroline, PCO.
Morning, ma'am. PI Togo, PCO Ekiti State Command.
Morning, ma. I'm a last PCO, last command.
Morning, ma. TA Lawal, PCO Cross River State.
Amachi, PCO. Morning, ma. For OT, PCO, most of them.
Passport admin, process.
Morning, sir. Yeah, I need to. Passport coordinator.
Sir, BRAP Esquire, PCO Akwa Ibom State Command.
Commander, sir.
Morning, ma. My name is Abdulkarim Abdullahi, PCO Edo State Command. PCO Edo State Command.
Morning, sir. ACI BYUD, Yobe State Command.
Morning, sir. Elijah Mumini, Sokoto State Command.
Morning, sir. That's State Command. That's not State Command. Morning, sir. DCI Sule Ibrahim Mohammed from Center. Morning, sir. Balogun Omar, PCO Niger State Command.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name's Yusuf Misabagi, the PCO of our State Command.
Morning, sir. My name is Sheikh Umar, Education Bureau of Immigration, PCO of Esther Lagos. I'm D. Umar, PCO.
Morning, ma. I'm here concerning me. PCO State.
My name is Wahid Shaibu, DCI from the PCO of the State Command.
Morning, sir. I am Aisha Baba Ahmed, DCI, Ebonyi State Command PCO.
Morning, ma. My name is MK Bonifo, PCO Borno State Command. Morning, ma. ACI I am at PCO Plateau State Command. Morning, ma. FA Election, PCO Foreign State Command. Morning, I'm NK Mohammed, PCO Bauchi Command. Jama Adamu Ajia, PCO Kaduna State Command. Morning, ma. My name is Abubakar Umar Aliyu, DCI.
Next time.
Still impression. This time. I mean, this time.
Thank you very much. We have the representative of the Ministry of Interior here. So I'm sure you want to meet with them too, because it's a rare privilege to have them in our midst. So I'll pass the microphone to them. After the ACD in charge of I&C introduces herself.
Chini Obi-Oyakabu, ACG in charge, investigation and compliance.
So you transfer the presentation.
Dademola Adeyinka, SA to the Minister of Interior.
My name is Dr. Karim Olajoko, TA to Minister of Interior, Innovation and Strategy. My name is Talba Suleiman, Technical Assistant to the Minister of Interior.
What's on your Bluetooth? Please on. Why I try to download. I want to download the Microsoft on this one. What's the name of your Bluetooth? Let me just try to send it. You see it. Is it Galaxy? Yeah, Galaxy.
We also have some suspects present with us for today's workshop. Amongst them, I'll call him a guru in passports, like two immediate, not the immediate past, the immediate past PCO of Ikoyi. Who said Mr. Mani? So please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. And when it's the turn of the other resource person to introduce themselves, but I needed to introduce themselves in a space of 1 hour in meditating. So thank you so very much, Mr. Mani, and I appreciate you. And I know the PCOs from your welcome experience will be able to have a lot of knowledge. Thank you. So over to you.
All right. We've done the presentation, and also I want to use, like I said, we're open to questions. All right. If there's any question in terms of passports from the store to leave it to your office, to your command, please, you're open to the questions. If there's anything that's not clear to you about, okay, there's a question. So you can speak, we will.
My question goes to Washington. As far as FCT is concerned, okay, I'm Mahmoud, the PCO of FCT. I've never seen your impact. I've never seen anything called data wash in my place. So I don't know.
So in the past, when we started, we're very visible in respective commands. However, technology has taken over. All right, and the Honorable Minister, they want things to be more seamless. So they mandated NUWORKS. Now NUWORKS now give us the addresses. Initially, we're getting the addresses from the applicant in the respective. So people can remember that, right? We're getting directly from the customers in respective offices. However, with technology, NUWORKS now switch the address to us. All right, so we don't. You can't say we're not that visible in your command. So what we do now is that our DEO that sits in their job is when they send those addresses, when we do the dressing of the addresses, and we do the allocation of those addresses to the states, they reallocate it to their riders. For FCT is because our rep is center of FCT. That's why we're not visible much. Because we also have a strong head office in University. All right, so let me give a recap again. What we do. All right. Brother Washington, what we do is address identification. We do courier services. We don't deliver passports to applicants. All right. We deliver only passports to command offices. So that's what we deliver passports to. We pick from the stores based on your request and based on approval from the passport directorate. We pick from the store and we deliver to your respective passport commands. And we said in few weeks from now, we're going to be introducing a distribution management system that allows you to apply from either your telephone from there, we'll show it to the procurement, they've seen it, we'll only sit down and conclude with the passport directorate. Correct on that. So for Koreans, that's from Korea, we pick up and we give it to you. For address verification, we get addresses from New Yorks. They switch addresses to us. And again, what you to thank as many command that have accommodated us very well, giving us a good space, and also want to invite those people that have not been so nice to us to please, in the sake of this meeting, to please give us a good space in your respective offices and don't put our staff in the pantry or near the gates. Please, we are begging and begging on their behalf. If you've not been nice to you in the past, please, I'm begging on their behalf. So please, for us to give us at least a good sitting environment with electricity. Right? Thank you. And we're open to another question, please.
Mine is not a question per se, but I just want to report. Thank you so much for the presentation. Mine is not a question per se, but I just want to put something in perspective. You did mention that Warri did not give you space. So I just wanted I wanted to put that in perspective. I want to say we have a space for you. When I resumed, I saw that Greater Washington had a space. Warri, by the way, is a sub passport office, so we are small, and we are still squatting in the government house. They give us a small space. So we also have a challenge of space. However, we managed to give you a space, your role of administration. They are beautiful when I resumed, I saw it. But then 2 months after I resumed, your staff passed on to glory. He died, and then before the new person came on, he has actually resumed, but we haven't felt he doesn't come. The other person was actually there. He took charge of the case. We are trying to clean our environment, and we saw a lot of the receipts and other things belong to you people. I ask them to pack and keep. Nobody comes here. He doesn't show up. Only when they do. So it's the case, he's the one that has absconded. So that he doesn't have a clue. The first person that passed was there the 2 months I was there, but subsequently when this new person came on board, decided not to show up. They stayed for him. Thank you. God bless you. I just thought to put that in perspective.